Okay, let's see. Am I am I live? Okay. Am I live? All right. So, I guess I'm live. And so yeah, but by the way, welcome back to Pawn's Tinkering Garage. And today I came back and actually I come back from doing some jobs, artistic job, 3D art job. And today, you know, I've been absent in my YouTube channel thing for a while, and yeah, I really wanna restart it again, and I want to do something different today. And actually, I want to do something different this time. And yeah. So I think what I want to do is actually reflecting is actually reflects my observation that I have in while I was working in 3D, like it's something that I've been noticing the first time round, like a few years ago when I started doing professional thing. And and it's something that I've been noticing more and more as I'm becoming more professional in 3D, is that I became, like less and less artistic and more technical. You know what I mean? Like it's something that it's just something that it's something like I realized that when you work in 3D, you basically delivering someone else's ideas, and the clients usually have like a very um, detailed, I would say. They have a clear direction of what they want to do, and our job as 3D artists usually is basically just delivering that vision, or like plans that they already have, the clients already have. So yeah, I mean, like in that sense, it's true that, I mean, like, we became, like, less artistic because the artistic part has actually been done by the clients. Our job there is basically to deliver techniques and your technical skills to achieve that artistic vision of your client. So yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing that I've been realizing more and more with more projects, professional projects that I do. And of course, I mean, like, there's still, of course, naturally, there's still some artistic part left. I mean, like, that is still, what we do in 3D art. But it's actually getting less and less. Like, if you're working with, like, indie creator, you might still have like a little artistic freedom kind of thing. And but the more you do like corporate thing, the less, the even less artistic freedom that you're gonna have in your job. So yeah, I mean, like, with that in mind, I want to go back. I want to go back to my roots. I would say. I mean, that's the cheesy way to say that. Going back to my roots as a 3D artist, like artist at heart, and do some art, I would say. And yeah, that's the reason why I think I'm gonna call this series a brand new series on this channel. And I think I've decided that, which is kind of cool. The title is gonna be very cool, and the title's gonna be arting, right? Arting. That's kind of fancy, right? So yeah, I mean, like, I'm gonna see how I was doing. I mean, like, I'm looking at this. This is the first time I ever properly do live stream. So yeah, I will look kind of gingerly around this technology. And let me see. Yeah, I mean, like, I've written the title of it, and you can see that is our brand new series, Arting. And the subtitle of that is a digital sculpture of flowing ideas. So basically, in this series, because I want to go back to my roots, I want to do stuff uh, that I really have in my head. Because the thing is, when you work professionally, the other thing is that you have less and less time for your art, and more because more and more time is basically dedicated to doing your client's artwork. So yeah, I mean, like, so yeah, I want to go back to what I already have in my head. I have a lot of unrealized ideas in my head, and I think it's about time for me to start realizing those unrealized ideas. Because if it's not right now, I mean, like, I guess I guess it's gonna be never. I will never ever realize those ideas. So yeah, I mean, like, I'm gonna do that with this series. I'm gonna start making. Oh, by the way, um, on this series, in case you wanna, in case the general thing that I want to do is it's on the subtitle. It is digital sculpture. That's what I am interested in. That I'm interested in, and that's like the reason why I got into 3D is to do a digital sculpture, right? So yeah, I mean, like, I want to go back to that sculpture thing. So I'm not gonna do like uh, animation in this. I'm not gonna do like what else, like technical stuff like UVs. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do geonodes. I'm not gonna do like modeling. I would say I'm not gonna do modeling in here. I'm not really sure, but I wouldn't say that I'm gonna do modeling because it's gonna be like pure. Even if it's modeling, it's gonna be like you know like sculpture base. I'm gonna model things from the sculpting tab. So yeah, so that's the general shape of it. It's gonna be digital sculpture, right? So so yeah, I think that is enough for the introduction. Now, by the way, this is gonna be like a live footage, like the entire thing. You can see like every single thing that I do, and yeah, it's not gonna be cut. Probably once the stream ended, I will like. I mean, like, if you're interested, if there are some interest in that, I will try to make like shorter version, and probably I'm gonna do time lapses. To show things before you kind of commit to this, to watching this. I don't know, very long stream. So that's probably what I'm gonna do, and yeah, probably it's a good idea if I am sharing this with my Discord server, right? So let's do that. By the way, let's. Uh, I'm trying and doing live streaming for the first time right now. In case you want to join, you can use this link. Okay, yeah. So that's gonna be, yeah. That's the sharing part. I'm not really sure that a lot of people will be watching this because, well, I guess uh, not a lot of people would like to do that. And oh, T is an NFT is, oh, okay, okay. So, well, he is a member of the server, and he's been kind of enthusiastic since day one. So yeah, thank you, These in NFT, TZ NFT, right? So yeah, so yeah, that's the sharing part. I'm not really sure. Yeah, let's. I guess yeah. I mean, like let's do that. Let's start doing that, and yeah, I'm thinking what else I gonna have to prepare, right? I gotta share it. Okay, I've shared it, and I've talked about the background, and I've kind of talked about the title and subtitle. So yeah, I think I'm ready to do arching. I guess, right? So yeah, let's do that, right? So let's open our Blender, right? Let's see. Am I on Blender right now? Yeah, let's do that. I'm on Blender, right? So I'm checking in. Okay, that turns to Blender. Okay, so yeah, let's give it a start. So for this arting series, it's digital sculpture of flowing ideas, right? And basically in this series, I'm gonna like live inside the sculpting, right? I'm not gonna touch like the other thing, like probably lay out for lighting later when it's finished, but like 99% I'm gonna live in this sculpting. I'm not gonna do modeling. I'm not gonna UV editing. I'm not gonna texture paint. I'm not gonna do shading. I'm not gonna do animation. I'm not gonna do geonodes. Absolutely not. So so yeah, I'm just gonna do this, right? So yeah, let's do that. So first of all, let's go turn on our wireframe, and this is the default cube, right? In case you didn't know. So this is default cube. This is only have like 6 spaces and 8 vertices, and oh, I think it's a good idea if I save this actually. So this is like the first file that I did with the flowing ideas thing. I shared it on my Instagram. If you want to check it out, go ahead. And what I'm gonna call it, right? I'm gonna call it arting. Arting episode 001. I'm not really sure what I want to make in this one, uh, because my ideas, the unrealized ideas in my head that I've mentioned earlier is kind of hazy. You know, like I don't really have like a, a like crystal clear image in my head. You know, it's basically like a mishmash of a lot of things. So so yeah, I don't really know. This one I know I'm making an old man face like a portrait, so I already know that. With this one, I'm not really sure what I want to do. So I'm gonna say arting episode 001. I'm gonna add another 001 to the end to know that this is the first version of that. So let's do that and save as. Okay, so we've got that, and because this is a digital sculpture, what I'm gonna do, I'm not gonna rely with this remesh. I'm gonna do this with, I'm gonna turn on you know, the symmetry first, and I'm gonna use Dyn Topo, right? This is a cool feature, guys, and this is basically gonna reshape it. You don't have to care about topology. You don't have to care about running out of like vertices and all that with with that goes with normal modeling. This is pure artistic flow. You can basically your brush is your limit. Okay, so but and also by the way with this one I've tried a few Dyn Turbo settings, and I think for my exact purpose I really like using this. Instead of using relative detail, I'm gonna use brush detail. So you know this is very cool, right? And the reason why it's cool is that the detail, let's say, let's go back to relative detail, and let's start sculpting things, and you will see that once you sculpt that, it doesn't matter that you can have like a large brush or a small brush. You when you start using small brush, you start seeing that, you know, like the triangulation of it. So it doesn't really, if you take a look at that, it has a constant size of triangle, so you don't have like, it doesn't correspond with the size of your brush. And if you want to do like big things and like you want to do big things and eventually you want to start doing details, it's not going to add details according to your brush, you know, like it doesn't get smaller as with your brush, because normally when you want to use a smaller brush you want to do details, right? So you want that to be detailed. So but this type of Dyntopo doesn't really allow you to do that. So what I would notice is that if you use brush details, you get that advantage. If you use like a big brush, you will see that they will have like a small, that size of triangulation. But if you make a very small brush, you see that you got a very, very fine triangulation, and that's pretty cool, right? So, so that's exactly what I want to do, and sorry, that's exactly what I need, and yeah, I guess let's start sculpting, right? So the first thing I want to do is that I want to break. Sorry, I want to break uh, that cubeness to it. Let's just use like that. Let's, oh, the smooth is a little bit um too strong. I'm used to point 0.4, so it's not too. Let's see if it's too, no. That's pretty cool. All right, so I'm gonna break the shape a little bit, and right, and basically, by the way, in case you notice that, you will notice that if you use like small brush to do details, but eventually like you think that you don't like the details and you want to like flatten it out, you can use like big brush and then start doing that, and they will lose that detail. Let me redo that. If you start using big brush, you will see that they will like lose that detail again. So that's pretty cool, right? So that's exactly what I need for this project of flowing ideas thing. So I'm gonna break that shape, and I think I'm gonna start doing. You know, the thing that I really want to make is probably like a figure, right? And I have um oh, I think I'm gonna just disable the X, because right now I really want to do like a symmetrical thing. So, and I really really want to do that. And so yeah, I'm gonna do. I really want to do like a basic uh contrapposto pose. I want to do like full body for this purpose. For this one, I have that idea in my head right now. I want to do like a full body right now. So I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna like some laying some details. If I don't like it, you can see that I can do that, right? So I'm gonna lay out some details. I'm thinking about that. That's a contrapposto, right? And so I really wanted to have like the head here, and she's gonna. This one is gonna be like a female, uh, pose, the female character, actually. So yeah, let's do that. And I think to do that, I'm gonna use, what's the difference between that? I'm gonna use snake hook for that, right? Yeah, I can do that. Just to make the legs, right? I can do that. I can raise that. I can pull it down here. And I'm gonna add another one. So that is gonna be like the straight leg, right? That's gonna be that. And that is gonna be the the crooked one, the bent one, right? So let's do that. Oh, it doesn't allow me. So what is what is marquee in this one? Can I mask this one? What is the shortcut for masking? Yeah, I think we can do that. We can ball it right now, right? We can always ball it. Yeah, I'm gonna use that as the cross leg, the crossed leg, and I know that looks pretty bad right now, and yeah, let's add some how I I know this looks embarrassing because but I don't really know how to um, remove remove what's go mask in Blender shortcut. Let's do that. I know this is embarrassing because I've been doing this for years, but I haven't really used mask a lot in Blender. So okay, Alt M. Okay, okay, that's cool. Yeah. So yeah, I haven't really used a lot of masking in my workflow, so I don't really know about a lot about masking. I know I should learn more about that, but I think this is the time when I start learning that, right? So that's pretty cool, right? So let's add some details to the thigh, just make it shapely a little bit more, right? So and I'm gonna add volume for this. And where's inflate? Okay, that is inflate. You know, I'm gonna inflate this knee so that I got a little bit volume there because it looks very skinny right now. I'm gonna add, and by the way, the the move tool doesn't really affect the dyne topo, right? That's what you would notice. It's only the brushes, not the. I think I'm gonna have to mask this again. Where's the mask? What is the shortcut for mask? Mask shortcut in Blender. M. M. What is brush? Brush is. Oh, sorry. What is brush shortcut? No, it's not that. The mask turns us to that. What is the brush shortcut? Spacebar? No. That's the. Oh, I'm gonna have to enable the dyne topo again. Brush detail. Yeah, I'm gonna ball it for now. I'm gonna sculpt this. I'm gonna remove that bit, only that bit. I'm gonna use, because the thing is I'm gonna use snake hook for this, and it cannot move, right? Okay, and that is the thigh, I would say, and that's gonna be the leg. So let's use mask again, and I'm gonna use elastic snake again just to make the knee. It's skinny. It's very skinny, skinny feet, right? Very skinny feet. And yeah, I think that's gonna be fine. Yeah, this is a blocking process. I mean, like, I don't have to make it perfect, right? So like that, probably like that, shape more like that. The toes on the ground, so that is the ground for now. And And yeah, so let's do Alt M. We can do something with this one. Let's add some geometry to the hip area. Uh, so that it's not really like breaking. So I'm gonna add some curvature to that. By the way, I think it should be that way around, right? It should create that beautiful. Oh, I'm gonna have to mask this the other side again. Yeah, this is blocking process. Don't worry about this. Uh, Basically, I just don't want to move too much of this thing. So that is shapely, very shapely uh, leg, I would say. And let's build um maybe a little bit forward because it looks like now she's about to fall. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. And let's add some detail so that it's not too skinny. And yeah, you can always do that. You know, like when you are about, you think that you need some uh, geometry, you can add geometry. Like this is like super duper fun way doing this. Like it's basically you basically what I mentioned earlier is that your brush is your limit. So if you have understood your brush very well, this will be very fun. But if you have not, you may have a challenge with that. So I guess know your tools. I guess this is basically everything, not just in art. I would say, but basically know your tools, right? So yeah, it's basically a good thing to know your tools, right? So yeah, let's do that. Mm, let's shape the other side a little bit better because right now it looks like spaghetti. Uh, let's make a little bit of that. I want to make it a little bit thicker at the top and skinnier on the bottom. And the pose, maybe fix it a little bit. Um, yeah, and also a little bit of that knee, and yeah, I think the we can ball with this one with the um, because I feel like sometimes the G, the move button, is only as good as your, like it's not very good because the reason that I mentioned that it doesn't really affect the dyne topo. I feel like it's easier like to move at least to shape a certain part using like that, right? I mean, like I can get that to shape very very fast. Meanwhile, if I try to move with G, it's kind of it's not very intuitive for me. And anyway, I mean, like if I feel like the shape is, I mean, like the density, if it's too high, I can always reduce it. So for example, that one I could do that, right? But like I don't feel like that. I mean, like I feel more like shaping that bit because the reason this is dyne topo, so you don't have to worry about like topology. So you don't really have to worry about whacking your topology there because there is no topology. All of these are uh, basically a bunch of triangles, right? So you don't really have to worry about your topology. And because of that, if you have topology, you have to kind of, like respect like the line. You don't want it to be like crooked like that. You want it to be nice and kind of um, straight-ish. But like in this one, you don't have to. Really, you don't really have to. Like you can do anything you want with this one, and that's the great thing about this. So I made like a toe, right? And I'm trying to make a toe and to make it like curl a little bit because I'm gonna make like a big toe first because that seems like the biggest shape, and I'm gonna start filling in the remaining of that. And I think the curve is a little bit wonky. I think that looks a little bit better, right? So that looks already like looks like feet, right? So and that's very quick. I mean, like if I'm doing this in uh, modeling, it will take almost like forever to do that. Imagine doing that, right? So the contrapose though, so that's her hip, right? And I want to make it like that. I want to make it droop like that, so it's kind of pucker up a little bit. And maybe that's a little bit too much. Yeah, that's too much, basically, like that. And the balance is there, and I want to she make her looking that that way, right? So Z. Okay, so I think the face should be that way, right? Am I right? Am I right? Okay. Yeah. I think the head should be going that way, right? So let's do snake hook. I mean, like that looks like abomination. So yeah, I'm gonna inflate it. I'm gonna make it bigger. So I'm gonna make a head out of this eventually. So basically, I'm just gonna pull this, right? And if you're running out of that, if you're running out of geometry while you're pulling with the move tool, you just add more like that. I mean, like you'll be good to go, right? So yeah, I'm gonna do that. I think. Mm, yeah, I think she's supposed to be looking that way. You know, I feel like that. I feel like it's okay. It's right if she's looking at that size, at that direction. Sorry, not that size. So yeah, let's make some that head comparison. Oh, um, she looks small. I think we're gonna have to make the head a little bit smaller so that she looks a little bit statuesque, right? So maybe that. Yeah, that looks a little better. Maybe the hip has to be longer that way. I'm thinking about the ratio right now, and I know I shouldn't be thinking about the ratio. What am I doing? I mean, like this is a digital sculpture of flowing ideas, not ratios. So yeah, I'm gonna ball this, right? So yeah, I'm gonna think about ratios later. Yeah. So okay, so now we are just missing the hand, I would say, right? We are missing the hand. Sorry, the arm. I mean. So let's. I feel like that her hand would be interesting if we are doing that, right? I gotta mask this, I guess. Um, how do I pull it? Yeah, I guess we can use this as a hand. Sorry for the arm, and I'm gonna add. Yeah, that's really primitive. You see, I don't need snake hook. I can do that. You see, I can build this little by little. Look at that. I can build a hand, the arm, simply from pulling this, right? how this is pure chaos, I would say. And I know right now it doesn't look like an arm that much, but in a pinch, they will look like arm. So yeah, I'm gonna add some details. I'm gonna add some details over here. So the thing about geometry and the human body, I would say that it's basically what I found about realism and proportion and all that. What I found over the years is that sometimes you have to like going back and forth. I would say that's like the best way to think about it. Because sometimes you want it to be what's it called again. Yeah, it's back to like that. Very cool, right? Where was I? Yeah, I think when it comes to proportion, you can use like a textbook for human proportion and all that. It's very, very good. But I found that by sculpting it, you can start seeing your proportion a little bit better. And once you do, you can judge your proportion by sculpting, but also by sculpting you can re proportion it, I would say, and that's basically a going back and forth kind of process. Now, I know that's tedious. Sometimes you have to like sculpt to figure out whether or not this proportion works or not, and after only after you sculpt it, you can say, okay, that looks a little bit too big, that looks a little bit too small, and all that. But yeah, so it's basically going back and forth between sculpting and re-proportionate, basically, right? So yeah, I think let me see. Oh, I think I so the thumb is up. The thumb should be facing back, right? Or what pose should I use? Like I'm thinking that she could hold her hip like that. By the way, is there any way in this one Dine Topo for them to merge? Because I think it would be a lot more interesting. I mean, right now it's like two separate entities, but I think it will look a lot better if we just make it one, right? How to merge? How to merge geometry with Dine Topo? Yeah. Oh. I gotta use Boolean. Yeah, I think I can do that later. Yeah, I'm thinking of her her thumb going over there like that, and I'm thinking about it. So yeah, I think I'm thinking of making her thumb doing that thing, right? And the rest of the kind of embrace that hip. So yeah, this looks like arm, right? And we're gonna fix it later. And we're gonna just figure out what to do with this one. So yeah, I want to try that technique. Like I, by the way, we have to redo, not redo, like re. Now in contrapposto, do we want to curve the back like bowing, or do we want to make it like puff chest kind of thing? I'm thinking it's more okay if we do that kind of pose, right? So the arm is puckering up and the arm is going down. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna add a lot of subdivision to this. So I can use that to make the new arm. Right, it looks ugly right now, I know. That's fine. But I'm gonna use that anyway. So because the thing is I can do that. I can do that thing. See? That's pretty cool. Right? You can basically remesh your arm. There. There. See that? There. There. I can do this all day and I can go back to any shape. You see that? That's pretty good, but I don't want to lose that on hands though. So yeah, I'm gonna preserve that. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that her hands hang naturally to the side. By the way, I'm gonna make, let's sculpt. This is the thing again. Sometimes you gotta sculpt something so that you can see where you're going when it comes to freeform uh, thing. You're gonna have to sculpt things so that you can see where the proportions should be, because if not, you don't have any particular landmark and everything. So you're gonna have, sometimes you're gonna have to do that. So let's do that. That's the that that's that, and that's the chest. Okay, we're gonna have to make it up a little bit, but that's fine. I'm gonna focus solely on the forearm right now, right? And yeah, I think it's a little bit too that, right? So I'm gonna make her hand hang down a little bit like that. So by the way, let me make my proportion clear. I think this is the hand. It should be here, right? And the hand, the pose will be a simple one. I'm gonna make it like that. I'm gonna make a box over here. That's fine. I'm gonna make a knuckle, and I'm gonna make let's do that. Yeah, I'm gonna make a knuckle, and we're gonna add a little bit of that poking out thing. So something like that. Pretty cool, huh? And on this one, I'm gonna make something like this. This is gonna be the pinky. That's gonna be the curve for the that. It's gonna be the curve for our middle finger. That's gonna be the curve, which is the least curved of them all, the index finger. I'm gonna add some more in there, right? And also make some more for the middle finger. Maybe make it like that way, right? Make it more up. something like that. So to make sure that this has this curvature to it, like for example like that one, I'm gonna pull this out a little bit, and so that it bends a little less. I'm gonna make it less dense, this area, because it is so dense right now, it cannot really see what's going on. Yeah, again, the other thing about details that I noticed is that it's something that you have to be careful with. I mean, like, not be careful, actually, no. Do what you want with this series, right? And, but make sure that your your details doesn't confuse you, you know? Like, only add details when it helps you, I would say. Only add details so long that they're not ending up they not end up confusing you. I think that's, yeah, that's the best way I can put it. All right. So you should add details. Yeah, you should. And um, yeah, sometimes details is very important because you may not know what's going on until you have kind of like the shape that you want. Like, and that only be achieved with details. But sometimes, but also that you don't have you cannot have like too much detail that it starts confusing yourself. Like, that's also not a good idea. So I think at middle ground sometimes, and the thing is with this thing, uh, you can do that. You can lose detail, add detail as you want, and that's like the the golden thing that I wanna do. So I think for more relaxed pose, I think we're gonna pull this a little bit back, and because I feel right now it's too straight, right? Pull it up, pull it back a little bit, and make it a nice ship curve. And also that one, I'm gonna bring it down so they have a natural curve to it. And let's see. So I guess, yeah, I guess we have our yeah, I guess we have our shape, right? Um, this is the thing that I'm still wondering about. What are we gonna do about it? So, um, I don't want to do how to merge close faces with Dan Toto in Blender. No, I don't have two meshes. I only have one, but I want to. Yeah, I want to make sure that this one is joined to that. I mean, like, is there any way I can do that quickly? Um, yeah, but in the meantime, I think what I can do, I think, what I can do, I can inflate this thing, like, like so that. By the way, inflating is very good way to like make it bigger. No, yeah, it is inflate. Eventually, of course, it makes to make it bigger, but it's easy way to like make your that addition in like all directions, unilateral direction, and that's pretty cool. Right? That's pretty neat because what I want trying to do is basically make sure that this two sides like that touch with one another, and I need that to touch I need that those two faces to touch. Um, mm, I feel like the angle is not too good, right? And let's redo that. Can we redo that? I want to make that hand a little bit up. The thing normally I would model it, but now I don't really. I don't really want to do that. So what I want to do is that basically pull this up. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Really, I don't. I can resculpt this basically, and I can resculpt this. So I want to make it up until it touches like the hip. Make it a little bit more angular. Basically, this is another thing that I think what's confusing me is this shoulder thing. So let's sculpt a little bit of this so that I know where I'm going. So this one is not necessary. This is too thick. It's too, yeah, we can thin this out because right now it's too big and bulky. Right. So that is ballpark. So remember that she is doing that to her shoulder. So what we're gonna have, by the way, we are gonna pull this up more because it has a lot of gap right now. That's not how human body is. So we're gonna do that, and yeah, I'm gonna pull this. I'm gonna pull that in, and I'm gonna pull that up, okay, and let's build this pose a little bit better. Um, they're gonna have like that's gonna be like the chest. Sorry, the deltoid. That's gonna be the tricep, which is fine. And I want to make that a little bit thinner. So I want to make that. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I can do that. So this is what confusing me is that this one should be flat, right? And right now she looks like she has a dinosaur arm. Sorry, T-Rex arm. But probably the reason for that is because we are not bending the hand high enough on this one. So I'm gonna move this. See? We can do that. If we need more length, just add one. Right? Just pull this up a little bit more up, and now it looks kind of sufficient. The length of it looks like sufficient. And I'm gonna this hump here. I'm gonna remove that. And what else? So it looks kind of good, like that, and that's gonna be the tricep going down to that one. Gonna have this triangle thing going on, and that's gonna be the bicep, right? So let's do this. Let's make some rough ideas of the topology. Sorry, not the topology, the geometry of it all, right? So that's gonna be the bicep, gonna be the insertion. I want to make her to be a little bit on the skinny side, right? And yeah, so that is a good one. So I'm gonna add more to the. So that is gonna be like this, like that thing. I want to make it a little bit more pointy, right? By the way, yeah, I can do that. Let's make it that way. Let's make it so this is the acromion of that, and we're gonna build this one from that one. Yeah, we're gonna have like a very we're gonna add more to this one. See? We can do that. And makes the hand, the forearm now looks a little bit longer. But now yeah, we can do that. Yeah, make it a little bit there. Okay, let's start building that. So that's the forearm. That's a forearm again. We can do that, and so that's the ulna, right? So that's the ulna, and this is the hand. So the initial thought of me is that to have this kind of poking out, sorry, to have this poking out like that, and they kind of go down with the fingers, and this one kind of rests onto the body, but this one, let's see how far I can push this to the body, right? So right now this feels a little bit better, so I'm gonna build the palm here. This is going to be like the other side of the palm, right? And I feel like let me test it. Okay, I feel like this should be. Can we? Is it merging? Is it? No, I don't think it is. Yeah, but it looks kind of like they are merging. Is it? Are they merging? Oh, if it's not, they look very much like they're merging. I don't know about you, but they look exactly like they're merging. But when you smooth it out, they're not. But yeah, I think we can do that. Yeah. So basically, what I want to do is the same pose with the. So I want to have that be like that, basically. Right, so I want to have that pose. And this one, for some reason, yeah, it looks really, I think it has to do with Topo doing its magic, is that it looks like it's merging. Meanwhile, it's actually not. So it's very good. Basically, this is what I want. So I want it to look like, so this is the knuckle basically, so don't forget that this is the knuckle. So this one is a little bit too stiff, too thick. So this was another knuckle, this is another knuckle, and this I wanted to end there, and this one, this is the knuckle, and I want to make sure that it reads clearly, and they start doing that. Sorry, it's the other way, this one. And I want that. That looks really cool. I mean, I really like that, and it has this, for some reason, this sculptiness to it, and I really like that. So I'm just gonna inflate this so that this one, this side and that side become like almost joint, but they're not exactly joint. So I want to do that same thing with this one. So making sure that they are merged. Looks merged, but they're not, which is pretty cool. And this one, I want to make it like that and that, right? So basically, I wanted this to go here, like that. So it goes from the palm, so it goes there, and it loads. Sorry, it finish in here, right? Like so. And but I don't feel that. I don't feel the pressure here. I think that yeah, I think that it's better, right? So that's a knuckle, and this is the yeah. That one looks pretty good. I don't know about you, but oh, this one I haven't done this. This one is going there and going there. I think I was right the other side that this should not be here. This should point that, right? It has a curve to it. Am I doing it right? This one is there. This one is there. Yeah, it should be there. There, and I feel like as it goes this side, it should be more, right? It should be more pushed. I want to have that rhythm to it, and I think I'm gonna have it if I have this. Yeah, it should be straight, and it will be a little bit curved, and it will be more curve here, and it will be more curve here. So yeah, it should be more curved. This side should be that one, and then oh, that looks pretty good. I feel that that grab, I would say. So that is what I want to do. That's what I want to try to feel is the grab. It's like it's you can feel she grabbed her hip, right? That's what I want to feel, right? And yeah, so let's do that. And we start losing the. I think we could. This become very attached. Sorry, too detailed for me, and I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. That, right? Back to not so thick, right? And yeah, let's start building it again. So basically, I got the rhythm here, and I feel like this one should be a little bit more there. And I'm gonna fix the angle a little bit. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. And we're spending a lot of time with this one. I know that I should have started doing the rest of the body before I commit to this one, but I just enjoying this. I really do. I really do enjoying this part of the fingers because fingers has always been amazing to me. How how they could affect like the like how can they affect everything, I would say. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that just to join to close the joint, right? Sorry. Yeah, I mean like I'm always interested with fingers because the way that they're kind of small compared to like the other body parts, but they have this power in them to bring, I would say, realism to your uh, work, basically, because they really do pop, right? If you do it correctly, they really really do pop. So yeah, so we've got the fingers done. We got the shoulder. So she's got this protrusion going on, and I want to make sure that I was pointing at the right direction. So I want to make this one that way, right? So I want to make the curve there, right? There is the curve, and I think the head should be that way. Yeah, let's move this around. Yeah, I gotta fix the head because it's unsightly. So yeah, first of all, I think I'm gonna. So this one is that she is pushing her. So normally that you will be able to see the acromion here and also here. And she will have this kind of hollow look to the chest because she's kind of pushing it forward, right? And yeah, we want to do that. And yeah, so it should be good for the base for the head. Now I want her looking down, so she has this kind of gazing to the gazing to the floor kind of thing. Yeah, no, I know that's very classic uh, pose, not to look directly into the viewer. So yeah, let's do that. So she's got that head. I want to make this one flat because she's looking down, right? Do that thing because she's looking down. Remember that. And I'm gonna build up the face real quick, just the direction of it, so that I can see where I want to. Also, that's the thing about the importance of the head is that the head basically um oh sorry, no it's cute. Sorry, the head dictates like sorry the shape of the entire thing, like the proportion of the head, like the size of the head, like very much affects proportion, I would say. So if you have like, for example, like I mentioned earlier, that if you have a very small head, your body will look bigger. If you have like a big head, your body will look like they're small. So that's the one thing that you should remember when you're designing something. It's very important. Your head size is important for the overall composition for your work. And yeah, the point of the face, the point of the nose should be pointing down, I would say. she's looking down eventually. So I would say that I know. Some of you might say that, well, you could rotate it. Well, yeah, I could, but I like doing that. It's more intuitive. Like I can just resculpt this, and I know it's the face is a little bit skewed now. It's no longer parallel. It looks like the other side is punched more more strongly than that. And also, I want to feel that stretch, like that. Oh, sorry. I want to feel that. Oh, the size is too small. It becomes really really tight. So I want to feel that. So the back of the head is here, right? So that's the back of the hair, and I want to feel that stretch. No, we're gonna make it thinner. This one, I want to make it linear. This one over there. This one should be thin. This one should be flat. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, it should be good. Now she looks like she has a very long neck. I could do that. I'm gonna have to remember the overall composition for this. Remember to yeah, I think it goes with like practice. Some of you might be asking how I could like know if it's something's not right. Um, or not the right size or the right direction or not the right ratio. I think it has to do with practice. Yeah, I know that's very classic. I mean, like practice, right? So, yeah, it's boring, but yeah, it does comes like to practice. It really does come to practice, like whether or not you can judge that. Oh, this one is cute. This one is not. That is practice. That is basically practice. And for example, right now, I feel like a lot of people say that. Well, a lot of people will think that when you're looking down like that, you have this kind of very sharp thing. But in fact, no, you don't. You will usually have this neck fat. And you can use this inflate. You can do that. Really do. Faster. Right? See? You can have this neck fat very done pretty quickly. So you can do that. And I will pull it down. And yes, now you have got this beautiful neck fat. So you gotta make a chin, right? So that's the mouth. So that is gonna be like the mouth is. That's where the nose gonna be. The nose looks like right now. The nose looks like it's very very wide. Let's make it thinner, right? Okay, like that. Let's make it that way. Let's make it that way. Now the forehead has to go forward a little bit. Just make it a little bit symmetrical because right now it's not very symmetrical. That's fine. Okay. Always add this to this side and remove this from this side. And by the way, I'm really sorry if my voice starts to dwindle a little bit because I got tired of talking. Uh, so yeah. By the way, I'm attempting to have her have a hair. This is like the first time also that I put hair on my character because usually, you know, that's the thing about modeling in general. Um, Sorry, how long has we been? An hour. Okay, so that's the one thing that I try to do with the series is that I try not to be too concerned about like the technical part of it because that's exactly what I have been experiencing. That the more I work in 3D, as mentioned, that the more I be more concerned with like the technical stuff. For example, like the hair. I gotta make a very beautiful hair. I have to make it realistic or whatever it is. Meanwhile, actually, you can get by making a very simplistic hair, basically, right? And it doesn't have to be fancy. It doesn't have to be kind of good or anything. It just have to indicate that well that is the hair, right? And that's good enough, like and yeah, I'm trying to figure out the hairstyle. Um, what do you think about long hair? I'm thinking that she could have very because she's trying to look that side. I'm trying to imagine that her hair would have like filled this gap, like kind of balance it, right? And I think that's pretty good. Yeah, let's do that. I want to have that. I want to have that stretch as well, like that indication of something is stretching. I would say the connection. I'm thinking of the word connection actually. That there is like this beautiful line from the shoulder to the head, and yeah, I mentioned about that um, hair. Yeah, the thing is that yeah, you can see that doing hair should be fun. It shouldn't be. Of course, you can make it realistic and all that, but it should be fun first. Like I know that's not exactly what our clients, my clients would want to hear. They want to make a very beautiful and very very detailed hair, in particular style. That's what they want to hear. So yeah, that's fine, and that's the reason why we're doing this. Telling so that I can show you that you can make very beautiful hair. It's not exactly realistic, but it's not less beautiful either. Like and I'm thinking of having her that one just to hide a little bit of that, just to create a little bit more interesting pattern. And also probably I'm gonna do like that. I will make sure that the the first part of the hair is a little bit thicker, like that. And I want to make more defined with bigger brush here, and I want to lay out some uh, pattern to the hair so that they're not exactly very flat and random. So that is gonna be like the the cowlick part, right? This is gonna be it. This is gonna be like the crown of the hair, like there. I'm gonna be that. Yeah, now we've got a beautiful uh, hair. By the way, I'm gonna fix some of the. Because right now she looks kind of masculine. Uh-huh. I'm gonna make a nose a little bit smaller. Yeah, we're gonna think about facial later. Now we're gonna have to think about the remaining part, right? So that is the neck, right? And that's the let's blur where the hair starts and where the shoulder begins. for now, because we have got a lot more to cover right now. So yeah, this one I'm gonna have to pull this up, right? Because right now it's that gap is a little bit too big. Can smooth it out. Is this becoming? Yeah, no. That's becoming all of a sudden becomes orthographic, right? So let's bring it back to 3D. Yeah, I think I like that this one. I like that curve. So they should have like a straight line from the neck to the. This is basically the traps, and they should be have this acromion here, and they should be like the deltoids. Mm. So she's have a rounded. She pushed her over here, her shoulder forward, and she should have a kind of a rounded back here, right? And I'm trying to figure out the way to make this thinner, because now she looks like she has a very big shoulder. So I'm gonna make a shoulder bone and gonna remove this bit. For now, I'm gonna make that very, very pointy shoulder bones. And this is gonna be like the scapula, right? So, and that's gonna be like the what's it called, the traps, right? Sorry, I'm thinking and I'm talking at the same time. So yeah, I want to do that, and I think I'm gonna remove this part a little bit more, so that we can have a little bit clearer picture and pose. So the deltoid will be here, right? So it goes from that part, and this is gonna be the tricep, right? So gonna be that, and she's gonna have like a very rotated arm, and eventually it go back to this one, to this side, right, to the chromium of the I think I'm gonna take my breath a little bit, because oh, it's not very, it's not every day I talk that much. So yeah, I'm gonna take a breath here. I'm slimming out the arm. I think what we're gonna do next is that figuring out where is the chest muscle, because right now it felt like this should be hollow. Same thing here, because you're gonna push it forward. But I'm gonna make a little bit of curvature here, because that's normally how our it makes this kind of S shape pattern. This L shape, it implies the first deltoid, right? So you gotta get like this dimple here. Yeah, I think that's correct. We get the big dimple here. This is gonna be like the chest muscle. That's gonna be the shoulder. It's gonna be acromion. There's gonna be a little bit dimple here. because that's where the deltoid, the middle deltoid start. Mm, I'm thinking about the shape here. It looks we have to slim down the arm a little bit more. It looks better, but now the I'm gonna have to smooth it out. Oh, it's too small. Yeah, looks pretty good. Yeah, we're gonna have. Mm, let's compass. Also, that's gonna be the tricep, right? The I think I'm gonna make this one a little bit closer, so that I want to hear. I want to see that that rounded scapula look in action. So okay, and that's gonna be the tricep. They go to the front side. I'm gonna smooth this out because right now she looks very muscular. I don't want to make her looks muscular though. I'm gonna have this a little bit because she has this beautiful rotated thing. I think she's gonna have like very much some of that uh, tricep poking out. I would say. Um, have this is gonna be like fat. Also, like now it's a little bit too much. This is gonna be like fat. Like normally girls have a lot of fat in their underarm, so I'm gonna make that. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, we can start making it a little bit looking better. So you've got the acromion. The acromion should be poking out. Like this thing is like the largest, usually the largest part of the forearm. Meanwhile, the rest of the forearm will taper out from that point, usually. Now that I think about it, this should be going over there, right? Okay, so this is the bicep, right? So the bicep goes up here, goes here, there, and that's gonna be the it should be rotated around that. So you should feel that rotation, I would say. I'm gonna make this flatter. Yeah, I start feeling that rotation. This one. gonna have to. Yeah. By the way, I use the word feeling a lot in this one, and yeah, that's I would say that's kind of a concept in sculpting, in art in general, that you need some. There's a lot of time when feeling is like your best. Some people call it gut because they don't want to sound feely, I would say. But basically, what it does is just that, like you rely on your inner voice, I would say, to dictate where you should go with this one. So yeah, so that's what you gotta stick to, because a lot of times textbook or your knowledge, like, of the matter, it doesn't really align with your vision of your work, because eventually that's what matters. You have a vision for a certain work, you have certain ideas, and that's what you want to do. So sometimes that's a great thing about art, is that you could bend it. You could bend the rules that you've been taught, right, to do. And and yeah, so that's what is good about art, that you can do that. So you should do that. You should have this gut in you, and you use that to kind of lead you to achieve what you want to do in making stuff, right? So yeah, now let's do this palm once again. So now we are into the other side of the other palm, and now we are actually lacking a thumb. That's okay. We can use this. Yeah, and I'm gonna do that thing. Maybe more. Maybe in here. I'm gonna use that to do that. Right? And I want to feel again. I use that word again. Feel the that that edge, I would say, and I want to feel that her her is a bit relaxed, but not quite relaxed. I want her doesn't feel like she's like standing with no force. I want her to still feel like she's got force in her, and yeah. So that is our hand for now. Let's let's copy it again. That's the knuckle. I'm gonna make this longer. The knuckle should be visible. Um, that's 4 knuckles, and we just have to separate this for now. I'm gonna use that to quickly lay out the mm, yeah, I think we made a mistake here. We could use this. This is actually where she doesn't hold anything, so the the pinky should be going in like that. So we are losing So actually we're gonna use that to make our that, and I'm gonna use this thing to make a pinky. This one should be the yeah. This is the ring fingers. So you get the ring finger, and that should be there. It should be this should be that. Pointing out. This one should be there. I'm gonna fix the curve there. It should be like that. Right? It should be like that. Yeah. Okay. That's gonna be the middle, the ring finger. This is gonna be the pinky. So I think I'm gonna flatten this side because it's now too wide, and I'm gonna pull this. It felt like the too long. The pinky is a little bit too long, and I'm gonna pull this up side here, and because I'm gonna make this something like that, and make it more pointy, create that curve. Okay. Okay, let's do some shaping. This should be the one. Do we feel the rhythm? Do we feel the rhythm? Yep. But we're gonna make it longer, right? Yeah, that is starting to look like fingers to me. Longer, because this one should be more relaxed here. The knuckle should be here, but I'm gonna establish another knuckle for that. So another one here, and this one is knuckle here. That's the second knuckle here. That was the last knuckle. Knuckle, knuckle, knuckle. This one is knuckle, knuckle, knuckle. That one. Gonna flatten it out so that we have a nice that to let me see. Yeah, it should be that way, right? There. Yeah, we forgot this bit. There. Right? That's like the pinky, the end of the pinky. There. The other thing, I want to fix this part. Yeah, sometimes it's helpful to see it from the other side. See how easy that is to, if once you have like too much noise, too much detail in your sculpture, you can easily do that. You can easily remove that detail with this technique. But it's wise to save this. How long has it been? An hour and half. That's the ulna. It's too thick. I want to make this more shapely and more graceful. There. Okay, so I guess we are done doing the hands, the arm, and I think it's about time that we start doing the chest area. So yeah, let's do the chest. By the way, so we know that we gotta establish where is the, what's it get called again? The sternum. So that's the sternum. I would say that's the sternum. So that means that the chest will go there, right? Now this is something that I've wanted to do here. I'm gonna make some cut there. Mm, normally woman has this fat around that, like when they kind of closed, they have this fat poking out, uh, which is make it more reliable, and that fat kind of creates that with the bicep. So we're gonna keep that. So yeah, that's gonna be the chest, right? Let's do that. Let's make it symmetry a little more symmetrical. And I like to make it a little bit more forward too, just to make it a little bit so you feel that dip more by pushing this a little bit more out, right there. And yeah, remember that this is contrapposto, so meaning that this should be relaxed. They should not like tense. The abs should be relaxed, right? So let's do that. So let's make a concave here. By the way, I'm gonna reshape, kind of balance the rib cage first, right? So the rib cage is gonna be there, right? And there. Now I'm thinking about the way to do this, right? I'm gonna fill this up a little bit, just so that it's not. Yeah, I think. So where's the scapula? That's that. So let's overlay the hair for now, so that we can see the scapula on this one. So the scapula is like that, right? We're gonna pull this up because we're gonna have that, and that's gonna be like the pokering up part of the back, and we're gonna have like because it's kind of pressed. The arm is pressed against the body, so I'm gonna add more volume to the lats here. See, and yeah. So see, remember that that one is poking out. So what's gonna happen is that there is like this gap. By the way, I'm gonna build like a band for the lats here. Um, by the way, this one's not done. I feel like that is good. That mm, maybe a little bit too much. There. We haven't really done the bicep. The bicep is okay. But not really sure about that thick, very thick. I think I'm gonna do that just to make it a little bit curvy, and so that it enters the acromion a little bit better, and that shows that bulge a little bit better too. So that's gonna be the shoulder. That's gonna be the yeah. Let's do the this first before we do with the chest. I think we're gonna have to finish this first, right? So we got the tricep. The other tricep is there. Um, and this part is usually reserved for the bicep. You will see that gap between the bicep and the tricep. There. Make it smoother. There. Okay, shape it a little bit better. And now we have to move this. We gotta push this forward, right? This is gonna be, what's this gonna be? You know? This is gonna be the gap between the bicep and the tricep. The tricep will go there. And this one is gonna be the place where the lats and all the rest of the body of the back will move, will be inserted to. Right, so that's our back. Let's get more width of this. I want to make it a little bit thicker at the top. Yeah, there. It should be. And we're gonna do, because it's inserted right there, it's gonna be that, and since this one, let's build a scapula layover so that we can see. So this is scapula. This is scapula. And the scapular swing. It's gonna be poking out. It's gonna be poking out over there. So that's gonna be the scapula here. At that point. It'll be teres major. Maybe here. Teres major. It's gonna be very poking out because it's joined to that one. And this one's pressed. It will be wrapped around. You will see that it's wrapped around the right, and around the latissimus dorsi. By the way, let's do the curve. Do the skate curve first. Okay, that looks okay. And I think it should be dimpled here, just to show there's a little bit more. This one is pressed, and okay, that should be cool for now. Before I think we gotta move on with the rib cage first. That's gonna be the rib cage to that side, right? That's gonna be the rib cage, and this is gonna be the other side of the rib cage. And that's gonna be the curve for the rib cage. And that's where we got our where we're gonna dimple our latissimus dorsi. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna have. So now it's almost lost to this thing that this should be that. Sometimes when it comes to posing, sometimes when you add detail and all that, you start losing the general composition, right? So this one is something like that, right? This one should be something like this. And this one should be something like that. Again, like that. and this should be there, a bit up. Don't forget your composition. So basically that's the the guideline. Yeah, we're gonna push this because it looks like now this one is too thick. I'm gonna push it down. It's got a beautiful, but make it wider. So we're gonna push this forward, but make it wider. Okay, and yeah, we can do that. The thing about for girls, you don't want uh, too obvious like separation between the rib cage and the latissimus dorsi. So yeah. And by the way, this is the serratus, right? That's what you want to do. That goes there and there, right? And just want to make sure that you don't forget that bit. Don't forget your what's called the serratus anterior, and that's gonna be the rib cage there. All that will be a rib cage. This one, so this is gonna be that one, the tip of scapula. It'll be there, ish. It's gonna be pressed against the body anyway, so not not no one's gonna see that. So I think we can do that. We could not make it thick like the other side, but um, I feel like this side of the body is a little bit boxy. I'm gonna trim it down just to make that popping. So this is the rib cage should be popping. And yeah, let's thin this out. So we're gonna eventually have to decide where is gonna be the crotch. Um, yeah, I think that's a good line there. There too. Eventually have to push this back in because now the crotch looks pointing forward. And yeah, so we're gonna have to thin this down a little bit, I would say. I'm gonna make that box in the bottom looks like that, so that we don't lose that line. So we're gonna trim this up, and we're gonna make this a little bit rounder too. So probably I'm gonna have to delete this. Uh, where is the I like to keep a little bit of belly fat, and I think this side will be pushed down more, a lot more, right? I'm gonna push this forward. There. Okay. This is too sharp. Yeah. That looks more acceptable. So we got that bit here. And we got that fat here. Mm. There. We are going into the dangerous zone of sculpting because we eventually gonna sculpt the crotch. That's what I'm gonna say it now. Uh, so so yeah, and yeah, if we yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, like, I really want to make it full experience, and I don't want to like crop it. I want to make the crotch. So so yeah, and first of all, I think we're gonna have to deal with the ass, the glutes, let's say. Um, I would say this is gonna be the butt crack. We're gonna bring this down. See that part? Okay, that's cool. So that we have more easier to create a butt crack over there, right? Mm. Female's butt is usually very, very short, right? Am I right? That's like the clearest thing, indication for a female butt, I would say, that they are just kind of short. And remember that this side is kind of resting. So, mm, so we're gonna make it a little sag, a little bit down. See that? See? Gonna make it that way. Maybe this one is a little bit up. Okay, more definition. Let's say. Right. So okay, that's like a very clear separation. By the way, we have to figure out where is the aces. I would say the aces is gonna be. I'm gonna make this one thinner first, and this one pop. I would say that is the aces, and that is the aces for that one. But the aces for this should be pop. I want to feel that pop. So we're gonna have to create that line again, somewhere like that. So it should be there, right? And with that in mind, well, let's build that. Let's build the rest. Remember that the aces is basically kind of a kind of a bowl. So make sure that you remember that when you want to build this part, because this part will be big. Because remember that it should create some sort of a bowl shape here. There. And by the way, this is gonna be a lot easier if we can hide this, right? Mask. Am I masking? Oh. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna mask this because it's gonna be a lot easier. Okay, this way I cannot. Oh. Can I hide it? hide, mask, area, render. Shift H. Alt M. That's not it. No. Mm. I don't think I can do that. So yeah, I think. Hmm. We have a box height. Oh, we do. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, we can do that. So yeah, I mentioned earlier that you should have this beautiful bowl shape when it comes to your hip. Um, by the way, I think I want to create a better curvature because right now it looks like the spine is off. Okay. Now, so that is where, by the way, the greater the canter of this is going to be here, right? And that's going to be where all the gluteus medius going to be. And this one, too. Okay, so that is our gluteus medius, and that's going to be the gluteus maximus. Basically, going around there and inserted density in the thigh bone, basically. However, women usually have this fat around this area. They're kind of hanging around there. Okay. And we're gonna have the, what's that called? The quads. Right, so we got that. And I think we're gonna have to do this. By the way, look at how fast doing this versus like modeling. Like I cannot really Im- be impressed at how fast things were. Should it not that we worry about like topology and stuff, right? And yeah, I think it's just like so much freedom for that, you know. And yeah, I kind of like that. I kind of like that freedom, you know. Like I kind of like that flowing sensation. So by the way, this is gonna be like the radius kind of thing, and this one you're not gonna see that often, but it's because it's kind of buried under that. Mm, oh, I was mistaken. It should be something like this, right? Yeah. It should create that kind of thing. Yeah, they do that, but also they do that. That's the ulna, or not the ulna. Here. Um, I think I want to make a tie gap for this character, and I want to inflate this middle bit more. So that I can see um, okay, that's the thigh. The overall shape is good. Mm, mm, yeah, I think that's pretty good. This side, and now I want to do this side because that's not normally, it's not that fat, you know, because that's the aces. If that's the aces, then it's gonna be that. We're gonna make the aces pop. That's important. I know this is exaggerated, but not so much because in this position it is very much exaggerated. I think that goes without saying. Um, yeah. It should be, yeah, it should be popping up. This is like gonna be like the pubic bone, and this is gonna be the, the clam. I'm gonna call it the clam. What am I? 12. So this is gonna be the I'm thinking the best way to call this, right? You know, like what am I supposed to call this? Like educationally speaking, right? Yeah, I'm gonna soften that area. Yeah, the what's called the pubic area has a tendency to be kind of flat-ish, so you have to know that a little bit about this, about the pubic bone. Okay, I think does the I'm thinking of the silhouette right now. Yeah. By the way, can you hear it if I play music? No. Okay. Yeah, I think it'll be better because normally I listen to music when I work. So, yeah, well, I'll listen to music a bit more, but I'm gonna make it a little bit the volume a little bit smaller. I'm thinking the other thing about the buttocks for females, for women, is that they are wide, but they kind of flat. The best way. That's the only best way I can say it. Uh, that's something that you should uh, be careful with, because a lot of people want to make it big, but what they also make is that make it round. Meanwhile, actually, female buttocks is kind of on the flatter side. Yeah, Now this side is gonna be um, clenched. That's the best way I can put it. I'm gonna make it rounder first to this side. I'm gonna make it that way. So first of all, the greater to candor is gonna be. By the way, this one is greater to candor is actually here. So that's um, the greater the candor is gonna be. So this one is here. Here, gonna pull it up. Here, there. So this thing will be pushed because this one is a little bit dimpled here because it kind of gets in because it's kind of rotated in. Let's make it the other way around. So actually what I'm planning to do is that make it dimpled, but the medius pucker like that. And this one, because it's kind of, the truss is this side, I want to make the greater to candor to be a little bit, to be more pronounced. And yeah. And this one is a little bit stretched too. And the medius, the gluteus medius is gonna be a little bit stretched. And I'm gonna make the bag, the saddle bag, a little bit more pronounced too. I actually flipped the other way around. Yeah, I always confuse between the medial and the lateral one. I think the lateral should be taller. So this is the medial. So this is gonna be the lateral. So something like that, right? It looks more natural, right? So That's the reason why I want to do this part. Now that I mention it, it should be this way. Let me see my own like. Yeah, because it is clench. I would say that this should. Okay. So the front bit is straight. I would say that this one should be more um, puckered. More. I'm looking for the word. More contracted. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Yeah, that looks like correct. And because of this thing is stretched out, it will create this. So that's the belly of the middle, the rectus femoris. Yeah, this is the belly, and then it will go down, stretch, and I'm gonna hide this one too. Mm. You know what? I think I'm gonna make the head a little bit smaller now. Um, I'm gonna have to redo the butt crack. What I noticed about the butt crack is that actually uh, it starts with this one. It starts with it goes that side first. They go that, and it's just right on the butt crack that they start going down. This basically the tailbone uh, that creates that effect, basically, and yeah, if you want to make like a realistic butt crack, that should be like your. You should try that. So make sure that you have this first, and then they start going down. You can see like the triangle here. Let me do that real quick. Right after that, and right after that, peak, I would say. Um, I think I'm going to use inflate for this because I feel like it should be clenched in this instance. Like, yeah. But I gotta make sure that the the Venus, the dimple of Venus is visible. So I think this is where that's a dimple of Venus. That's a dimple of Venus. And right in the middle, this is gonna be flat. This is gonna be like the sacrum part before. This is the sacrum part, right? So the sacrum's shaped like that, and this is the dimple of Venus, and it's before they do that, right? And they start joining to the, you know, the latissimus dorsi. Um, but before that, I want to make sure that my erector spinae is on par, because right now it feels a little bit wonky. It should have a dimple, like it should be there. There. It should be like that. Mm. And I feel like this one should kind of poked out. Mm. We may not have to worry about the this a little bit more, uh, because we might have to cover it with the hair eventually. So yeah, I wouldn't mind like a lot with this. So I wouldn't mind a lot, you know, like too much about um, the erector spinae. Okay, that looks cool. And By the way, if you want to know where that uh, the what's called the ilium of the hip bone, it's here. They go down to that they go down to the sphinx. But the thing is that it's kind of covered with fat, so you most likely not gonna be able to see that. So they mostly covered by uh, the oblique muscle. So yeah, I'm gonna make it the dimples a little bit smoother. And I feel like this part should be flat either. They should create that thing. Yeah, that makes more sense. Um, let's design some of the nice uh, features of the head. I'm gonna make the head a bit more feminine, because right now it looks kind of masculine with a very strong jaw here. I'm gonna smooth it out a little bit, and this gap between that with the fat, I'm gonna smooth it out because to be honest, it's gonna be like this for like skin wise, and this one should be pressed against that should be. I'm gonna make the nose a little bit smaller. Because usually female a woman has a smaller nose. How long has it been? 3 hours. Well, I'm sorry that I didn't talk as much as I should have. Um, it's because it's been like midnight, past midnight, so I don't think that I should talk that much. Uh, and actually, the other things that mm, yeah, I'm like I feel like I'm a little bit more focused when I was I'm not talking as much. I would say. So yeah, I didn't. Mm, mm. Yeah, I'm basically doing the eyes, smoothing some here and there. I think I'm gonna be finished soon because it's been 3 hours. But the other thing that I want to add before I finish is basically the breast because I haven't really done the breast to be honest. So I probably should be doing that. But before that, I'm gonna add some like eyes. Make the cheeks a little bit rounder. Add a little bit of the apple cheeks. Probably smooth it out this bit. Let's build some eyeball. Okay, let's continue adding this until it's kind of fullish. And I'm gonna add some double eyelid in yours, like that. Okay. So I'm gonna dip this a little bit further. Gonna make it rounder here. Make this a little bit softer. The transition to the I think it's kind of Um, I'm gonna make the proportion a little bit proportional because right now it felt like the nose is a little bit too long. And yeah, we're gonna add some breasts. I'm thinking of adding some pointiness to the chin. Okay, I think I'm ready to add breasts. I think I'm gonna make the eyes a little bit wider. I'm gonna make the mm, make the head feel a little bit more. I feel like the Yeah, I think when it comes to like uh, shape, and I'm not gonna use I'm gonna say shape, but I will say that when it comes to something um like face, like very fine detail kind of thing, like it's very important for you to kind of keep tweaking it until it looks okay, because the thing about um, whether or not someone look feminine or masculine, it's the difference when it comes to like the faces. It's very tiny. Like it's the difference is just maybe a little bit push here, a little bit push that, and you might have noticed this if you're watching this series. You will notice that how the face now starts becoming more like a girl, like a woman, because previously it looks like a dude. And so yeah, so I think when it comes to like identity, um, tweaking is very important until you get that shape that you wanna. And I wanna like when it comes to feminine features, you don't want like a very like sharp edge like this. You want something more gradual, and that little change in here and there, make it a little bit softer, make it a little bit, overall uh, softer. It kind of helps with the like the shape and the identity of this as being a woman instead of being a very muscular guy. So that is very important. And the thing about this, like very final. I think before I'm saying this final, I think I'm gonna do the the breast first, because seems like the thing that I should be doing. So that is gonna be, so that's gonna be, let's build some breast. So what do you think? I mean, like, do we want to make something like perky, or do we want something more hanging? Uh, I think something like that size will be good. Um, and because of the nature of that, I would say that we would like to make it a little bit of hang underneath the rib cage, right? So the profile that we want is something more like it hangs underneath the this one. Like this is the rib cage, so it should be something like that because we stretch down something like this, so it should feel like they are hanging or loose instead of like perky, like pushing to the top. No, it should be when you are like puffing up your chest, right? Man, I'm gonna add some divider here, and I think this, I'm gonna make it a little bit more like a breast. I think that's good. I think we could flatten this. Like this one is for um, like line purposes, but right now we are already at the final stage. We can actually make it flatter, and I want to make it that size and become more like that. Hmm. We should save this, and let's first of all let's build the other breast again. Uh, the other breast should be more pressed because the arm is closer, right? So this, yeah, it should be. This should be good size, and I want to make sure that this looks like they are hanging there. and I'm redesigning distribution of weight for the breast because I feel like, yeah, I think it feels like it should feel like there. And the other thing is that it should still follow that rib cage shape there, even though now it's hanging. So it feels like, so it should not feel like it's going past the rib cage. It still should feel like the rib cage was there. So we gotta rebuild the rib cage. Meanwhile, the breast is gonna be there, hanging loose there, and the same thing with this one. It should still follow the I'm gonna rebuild the by the way, we gotta add some abs, I think, so that it doesn't look too empty around the I want to make her not look very thin, so mm, I'm gonna add some so let me say, so the belly button should be here, right? And I want to add some fat, so we want like a flat-ish abs there. So it should be have like flattish stomach, but it should have like kind of a, you know, I'm gonna do this. So I'm gonna add some that, which is kind of cool. So you don't have like an extremely skinny character, but not he doesn't look like plump either. So this is like a middle ground. So you see that there is this like line. This is a pubic line that runs from this to that, from the aces to the that one. It's still visible, right? So that is our line. That is the pubic line, and we could add anything that is on top of that. After that, we don't want some excess fat there because we want it to be flat-ish around the what's called the genitals. So we can make it round here, but when it's around that area, this it should be flat. Let me do this. Yeah, so this area should be flat-ish before they bulge again for the genitals, right? And we could add some like that, and this is gonna be the genitals, right? And it will start and I think this is too can do this. Right. And for the generalist, I'm not gonna do like crazy things. I'm not gonna do like crazy, like detailed stuff. No, I'm not. Um, I'm not gonna probably do something like that. Let's see how far I can push this, like detail wise. I'm not even sure that this is allowed in YouTube on YouTube, right? We could make this a little bit flatter. Okay, let's go back to this. So I'm gonna just make that shape, like to indicate that this is supposed to be nude. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna push this a little bit back. I don't want it to poke out so it looks like it's I don't want to make it poking out, so yeah, I could make it there. So we're gonna make that something like that. And do we have flatten? Yeah. No, this is great. Yeah, I'm gonna do that because it's a little easier to flatten instead of using that. I can use this to make a very like chiseled look. And I think this one is a little bit odd shape. I want to make it kind of round, like this one. And I feel like the gap in the middle is kind of odd. Maybe I can push this. A lot better. I want to make let's box height. I want to push this a little bit more to the like that. And this one is there. Mm. There, and I'm gonna do the other way around. I want to push this. Yeah, that is good. Yeah, you see that there is this very, very stretch in here. That's a TSL stretching because it's this one is poking out. The TSL is this. You can almost feel this dimple here, and they basically go joint to the there back to the what's called the thigh bones. Meanwhile, this one is basically kind of cramping the that one the what's it called again erectus femoris, that side. So you will see this very interesting dimple. A lot of cases when it come this pose is performed, you will see that this almost like a dimple here before they kind of start emerging again because of uh, the lateralis, the quads. That's the reason why they start poking out again, is because they start there. You see? Meanwhile, this one is the rectus femoris. Rectus femoris will be pinched. You see, almost see a pinching here. We're gonna smooth this out a little bit, which is a little bit too much, but you will see a very strong pinch over there. This one is the Magnus, the Dr. Magnus. They are fan out like that. And this one should be like that. More like that. Yeah, I think. Can I finish it up? And. Oh, the breasts. Oh, the breast, yeah. I forgot that I forgot that I haven't done the breast yet. So, yeah. So let's see that we can make this like that. Make join that. This is the serratus anterior, right? Don't forget that. I think what we could do, you know what we could do? We can add some natural looking. I'm gonna smooth this out first. Can I add some volume here? I can just inflate, right? Usually for breasts, this is like the tool that you want to use. There. This one is a little bit too harsh, that line, too straight. It should be like that. Should it be more like that? Right? Because the chest, let me redo this, right? The chest is going to be here, so that's going to be the sternum. Oh, I think maybe it's thicker. The same thing with this. And also that this one, let's do this first. This one is a little bit empty. Okay, and this is the start of the chest muscle. I'm gonna join this there. We gonna have like this bridge to this one. Add another one here. Mm, let's not make the breasts kind of join too closely with one another, so that we have a shape for that. I'm thinking about this shape a lot, and I think it's better like that. because it feels like if you are squeezing too much, it feels like she's really really bulky. Meanwhile, this way, it looks like she's kind of still on the theme of that she's being skinny. I'm gonna use this one. And let's reiterate this again. Okay. It makes it looks like as if it's hanging. Right? I want to make that effect. I want to make, but it's not as round as the other side. I'm gonna make it a rounder. Mm. Mm. That shape is still odd. Maybe push this one. Yeah. And also this one. I'm gonna add some details here, making sure that it's nice and smooth. There. So remember that this is still uh, the abs, right? We don't want to make her to look that like she's missing something on her stomach. We're gonna make that one round. So that eventually that you gotta get that beautiful shape. Maybe push this a little bit. Right? And I'll make it a little bit rounder. This one either. I'm going to remove some details with this big brush. The thing about breast is that a lot of time they shouldn't want too much detail on it, because if it starts having a lot of detail, what's going to happen is that it starts looking like it's augmented in a way. Okay, so let's make areola, and let's make some nipples. Um, where is scrape? Okay, that looks pretty convincing. But that one is a little bit. I'm gonna make some uh, that, so that it's not too, and also that it creates a path for uh, the breast to start joining the that. Okay, let's get some scrape. Okay. I'm basically finishing it. Um, I'm feeling like I'm very. It's almost zen like, like um like doing sketch, like crosshatch thing on this one. it felt very very therapeutic. You know what? I think how many 4.5 hours. That's almost 5 hours. So Okay, that's six, almost 6 hours. I think we're about to it starts lagging, guys. It's 1.5 vertices, million vertices. I don't think I'm gonna finish the foot for this one. Yeah, I think is it finished? Mm. I think I would make the nose a little bit smaller, even. Okay, so that is gonna be it for today. What is this thing? What is this? Okay. Mm, yeah, I guess that's it for today. Has been a long. Um, this has been a very long uh, stream. It's been 5 hours 44 minutes. So yeah, I'm gonna leave you here because it's been 6 in the morning. I gotta get to sleep. So yeah, I'll see you later.